1, 2, 2. I wasn't paying attention to the error messages. That's really silly. Okay. Let's repeat send down 13. We can do the tab where the first one go. Oh, flipping it. It's the E again. That go. Right, come on 12. Let's just not put anything in there. What's on this tab? Send down 12. Go. Repeat send. Send, enter, tab, six, copy, paste, 6, enter, enter. I now have a script to just make a build without me having to use the menus. It's driving me nuts. Hello, auto it. Let's compile that. Build. Oh, you bastard. I'm still getting this problem of building scripts. Right, there it is. It's Windows Defender, whatever the flipping thing is. That's the problem I was having last night with my scripts. And even though I added, so annoying, even though I added to real-time protection an exception, it's still interfering. I had to remove exclusions. There it is. It's an exclusion. Oh, I've got... Maybe turning it off temporarily seems to have worked. Who knows? All right, well... Just I know now. Package available. Oh, right. Hal, prepare an Unreal build. Next thing, I'm just doing a little bit of DevOps here because things that really annoy me. For example, I really would like this to scroll down to the bottom every time I make a build, because I don't know about you, but I'm pretty tired of always having to do that to see what's at the end. I just wonder if I scroll to the bottom first and then I make a build, does it continue with it at the bottom? I don't know. How prepare an Unreal build. Yeah, I mean, that's much better, isn't it, if it stays at the bottom? So the issue here is if the thing is scrolled up here, it won't do that. So how can I mean, clearing the log would be nice, I guess. I don't know how you clear the log. Enable word wrapping, open source location. That's a clear log command. Probably not. Editor preferences. Clear log. Come on. Show flags, timing, test, unit test log, visual logger, clear. Clear all data. Don't know if that... I can try it, I suppose. Let's see if I do like F12 in here. Doing that now. Does it apply immediately? I don't know. Nonsense, huh? Some other thing. Have an advanced visual logger. clear output log from code. Incidentally, this would be a very useful thing, wouldn't it? To be able to clear the logs from the code. You can't really do with Unity either, unless you. I found a hack for doing it, but officially you can't do it. You know, it's like, yeah, why would anybody want to do that? It's probably one of my biggest. It's the number of times I refer to the log and the number of times I get confused because I'm unsure about whether or not the log I'm seeing is the fresh log, the old log, the new, the whatever log. It's like you want to clear the log, make a build, clear the log. The worst one with Unreal or with Unity is where it's very difficult to tell immediately whether or not the error that you have is the error that is a new error or an old error. What you really want to do is have it clear the code, clear the log when it recompiles. I managed in the end to achieve it, but it was such a blooming pain. It's no joke. You can right click clear log. I can right click clear log, but the point is I want to automate it. Clear output log hotkey. The thing that we all want. No, just this one person. No reply. You can launch with a hotkey. Yeah, that's it. Poor thing. No. No reply. So just simple little thing, but I don't know about extending the editor. It's really easy to do in Unity. You put C# in there, and you can configure the Unity reconfigure the Unity editor to your heart's content. No, there's no way, is there? I suppose what I could do is figure out how to get to the output log window. Well, I might be able to, say, get here, but there's no shortcut for clear log. You see the others do, but not this one. So then I have to rely on mouse automation. There's got to be a way. What about a command? Enter console command. Clear. Maybe there's something here. Let's see, have a command to clear the output log. You know, something like, I don't know, clear log. It's like, could try another way. Close the output log. You never know. Output log. Developer tools. Message log. Output log. Aha. From the output log, we then do. No. Okay, Control F4 on the output log when the output log is selected. Let's see. We can go into Developer Tools and ask for the output log. And this is then scrolled not quite to the bottom of the screen. But maybe if I go here, I can do end. Oh, that's great. I did end. Guess what end did? End took it to the beginning. You're really annoying me now. Oh, wow, you're annoying me. It's like I had a way of changing this by end, which takes you to the beginning. That's hilarious. But only work. Oh, and it doesn't do it anymore. That's funny. Oh, so maybe it does something else. Oh, end goes back to where you were then. Okay, well, I've got to just try something here. Test.au3 2 dots. Test.au3. We'll take test.au3 and what I'm going to do is try and do win activate output log. The thing is especially when you're working in your spare time on this kind of stuff, you want it to be fun, right? And this is not fun at all when you're repeating the same old thing over and over again like a robot. Right, I can use I think I can do this. What I can do is where was that code here? This code here. If I go and put up there, when I activate the output log, $title equals output log. I'm using, the problem is at work on the work computer I use a UK keyboard. This is an American keyboard. But it's kind of nice for neural plasticity to. I've got to just keep it like this. It's like keeping you fit, you know. Just change a few things. I'm going to activate $title. Take that out. Win get pos $title. And just see if this works. Well, this is actually this has some amount of robustness. This will be robust enough for my purposes. What I'm going to do though is do pos plus say 100 and in the vertical also 100, and this should go and it clicks in there. Then I can do a right click on it instead. So if I make this a right, there we go. So this goes in, right click, and then I can go and move do a second mouse click, just a little bit more over, say 2 pixels over in both directions from where I was before, and then it should do clear log. But of course you have to do a right click on that left click, I mean. So I will not be defeated. I've got zero tolerance now in my spare time for lack of automation. I now have a script that will clear the log. And so now that I've got a script that will clear the log, I can actually take that and put it into my build process. I'm going to make it a function, func clear output log enfunc clear. Then I can say clear output log. So what we do is we start off by clearing the output log. Thank you very much. He will not turn me into a machine today. Now, every time I make a build, I'm seeing exactly the stuff coming through as it's bloody building without needing to mess around with a mouse to scroll the thing. Thank you very much. So there. And what was I trying to do in the meantime? I'm trying to figure out how, when I make a build, I can I want to make it with a resizable window. I really do. So that's it. Now, of course, I need to start the build. And then am I going to be messing around, finding it every time? No, I think I'm going to use Hal for this one. It's always a danger that Hal thinks I'm said something when I didn't, but we'll do this anyway. Let's see. New command. Hal run nugget window. So that, and we're going to go other run an application, and we can just go down to wherever that was, which is in documents, Unreal projects, my project, nugget window, no, blah 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 blah. Right, there we are, and then we can do that. And now if I say how run nugget window, thank you. And so, of course, then I don't think I have a resizable window, so I'm going to carry on with that research. But at least I can test this. That was windowed. So now, let's have a look. Unreal. Build resizable window mode. How to enable window resizing. Okay, let's have a look. So this is already something that doesn't work because unfortunately the person was very eager to put a response, did put a response. The response was even somewhat useful, but in fact did not answer the question. Changing window size. I'm having tried to change window since the default window was a very long thing and applied UDK blah 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 blah. The question, all these settings still project no longer override saved something random stuff. Next one, how to resize standalone game window with click and drag. When I'm the standard window mode, I drag the corner of the problem is do me a favor and give me the try in. This sounds like a bug. The problem is I don't know, whatever, that's not really relevant. Next one, how to resize. I've already done that one, sorry. Can I resize? Can I, lowercase I, how can I resize a package game window with Steam VR? Oh, flipping heck, I'm going to Steam VR. I can more results. Enforcing minimum width and height. Constrain resizing of window in window mode. I don't believe you can accomplish this with blueprints. And hello! Suddenly, after silence, there's a whole load of text on the screen. How exciting. Hi, Mike. Welcome. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. Hi, Tropical. Does home take you to the bottom? That must have been some lag on the stream there. That was a bit of a while ago. Well, yeah, no, what is this? It's scrolling off the top. Oh, flipping heck, technology, I give up. I'm just so, really, come on. It's like, what is it with this stuff? Nothing works. Flipping heck. Oh, God. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, jeez. Nothing. Sorry. Just like, what was that? Oh, thank you. Hello, everybody. Should we catch up on the chat? Might be an idea, don't you think? And I went down to get a banana. How appropriate, since in fact there's a banana. Just think, hey Mike, how are you today? I think this chat's frozen. Yep, looks like it. I knew the delay has always been a bit bad on my side, never this bad. Maybe it's pre-recorded. Yeah, it's great over here as well. Nice cold beverage, you know. So like, first time I ever heard of a UK keyboard. No, maybe he actually blocked the view of the chat in order to get rid of infinite ranting. No, not at all. Maybe he did joke about it a bit back, but that's maybe no joke at all. Have a dollar sign, would hope so. Dollar sign is part of the syntax on programming language. Looks like European keyboards with the left alt key being special purpose. Wow, the delay. The chat is 15 minutes old. That's hilarious. Hi. It's like see, I was scared because I thought there would be something in like 15 minutes worth of chat. Who knows how much ranting I would have to do to catch up with the chat. But fortunately, there wasn't really anything. That's good. How are you doing? The banana works. It is functioning properly. Now, could somebody just say something to reassure me that, in fact, the chat is working? just come on. No, just... You're going to start playing games with me, aren't you? Please, somebody, type the word tomato. Word tomato. Then I know what the delay actually is. Wake up, Dino. Oh dear, this is not looking good. Thank you very much, Mike. That's brilliant. That was very zen, actually. Well, not really, actually, because I suppose pictorial language is still a language. And, just adjusting the. Let me know how the audio is if it's all right. But that's a very nice looking tomato. You want to see the keyboard? Did you not know about the different keyboards of the world? This is a US keyboard. You can't see anything. It has an @ symbol above the 2, and the double quote is by the enter key. Now, with a UK keyboard, the double quote is in fact where it should be, which is above the 2. And if you look at the ASCII codes, you will understand why the double quote should be above the 2. But American keyboards, for some reason, have the @ symbol above the 2. So, and the hash is above the 3. In the UK, there's a pound above the 3. The pound symbol, like as in UK sterling pound, which, just to be confusing, is what Americans call the hash. I'm not making this up. Americans call the hash pound, and on UK keyboards, above the 3, instead of a pound, there is a pound. At least the banana functioned all right. I ate it. You can find all kinds of people all over the place. It is true that we are stuck with this weird arrangement on the keyboard, which was designed specifically to make people type slowly. It is enough to make you think that Bill Gates originally invented the typewriter. Are we good? Right. I shall continue now that the chat is functioning. So what I'm trying to do is, because video game development is so sort of glamorous, as everybody knows. Right now, what am I doing? I'm doing something that is pushing forward the frontiers of computer science. Yes, I'm trying to find out how to get Unreal to make a build that I can resize the window in windowed mode. Yeah. This is another one of the tropes, by the way. This is a very common problem every blooming time. I've lost count of the number of times. New platform, new engine, new API, new something, and then this one always is hard. So, I don't believe you can accomplish this with blueprints, but if you're using the engine source code in your project. Next! Oh, this is driving me nuts. You see, this might have been a good place to go. We've got full screen, windowed full screen, and windowed. The window has a border and may not take up the entire screen area. Allow resizing of Unreal build window. S window resize. Resize the window to be DPI scaled. View client size immediately. No context, nothing, have no idea what that is. How to block player from resizing window doesn't seem to be a problem. Seems to be the opposite of what I want. Still searching for an answer. Anybody searching for anything to do with windows sizes, just like project settings, just go. Oh, just. There's the word just there. That's great. So this must be completely a useless answer then. Just go up to all settings and type resize. Really? Just go to all settings. Up to all settings. Presumably, I'm guessing here, this would be in the project settings. Yeah, okay. Oh, right, yeah. All settings. Okay. And then what do we type? We type, just get it right. Type resize. Let's see what we get. Resize. Settings. Allow window resize. Yes! Except it doesn't work. Now, of course, I want to the context of where is this setting near some other settings. Probably near some other settings that might be related to this setting. How do I find that? I suppose I could click on this. Actually, I can click away from... Oh, it's gone now. I don't know where it is. Where was it? I can type resize to find it again. If I was looking at a configuration file, it's a text file, I'd be able to actually do it all, you know, and it would be a text file. Hang on. Show child on category. Show all properties. Show only advanced details. Show hidden properties while playing collapse or expand all categories. Oh. All I know is somewhere in settings. That really... Okay. Settings. Where's settings? Which settings? This is all settings. There's a specific settings. There's probably a settings. There's a subsetting of some settings. Windows manually blah 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 streaming slate rain rendering blah 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 blah. No, all settings. Let's not do any search and just go encryption signing because there's a search facility, of course. You might ask, why aren't I using the search facility? Because, well, you know, obviously search facilities mean you'll never have to actually search for anything by hand ever again. Chaos collision, engine console, engine cooker, route manager, engine debug, engine thing. Oh, look at this. Goes on and on and on. Can I collapse all categories? Okay. It didn't collapse them all. Is that? I want to collapse all the categories. Collapse all root level categories. Doesn't work. Expand all. Rendering, yeah. Gonna guess. Rendering overrides. Miscellaneous. User interface. Resize. It's in settings. Hang on. I guess that's in project, isn't it? Project description. It's logical, I suppose. Right, let's have a look in there. It would be project. Right, how do I find that? Project. Somewhere it says project description. Project description. Settings. Should window preserve aspect ratio? False. Allow window resize? True. Allow close? True. Allow maximize? True. Allow minimize? True. I'm going to try something and see if I uncheck allow close, what happens then? Ventress sort. I'll prepare an Unreal build. Hal, run nugget window. Hal, run nugget window. It's weird. Hal, run nugget window. Oh, this is really irritating. I switch to the application and it captures the mouse immediately and then I can't. I have to minimize this and then I click on. No. 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 I drag the window about, yeah. Oh my god. You're kidding me. It does work. It's just that you have to be like really precise in your positioning. In fact, if you ever find yourself wanting to resize this, I have a protocol for doing it now. What you do is you approach the corner very gently, like this. You approach it very, very gently. There we are. Now, when you go over the app, even without clicking on it, the mouse pointer disappears, which will be another thing I want to figure out how to make it that it doesn't do that. I really don't want it to do that. But if you see, when you do that, at a certain point, when it just disappears, if it disappears, it's too late. You won't be able to drag the edge of the window. And then when you've clicked on, the problem is then you need to move the mouse away. Can't move the mouse away. Right, so then now you end up in this point. I bring this back and now it's captured the mouse when I bring it back. So then you have to sort of minimize whatever else is there. Oh no, minimize whatever else is there. Then you can... Oh, come on. Where's the... Yeah, like that. So then, when you move it over a certain point, you'll see that it flicks to these resizing arrows for one frame, after which you are now over the app, but it isn't taking hold of the mouse, and then you know you're in the perfect position to grab hold of that corner and try to drag it, and it doesn't work. Maybe I waffled too much. Let's try that again. No. I did it before. I tested it. It worked several times. No. Oh, I did it. I did it. Now I can't do it anymore. But let's just... Maybe you have to do it where there's no other application. Stop. That's interesting. Behavior has changed. Before, when the mouse went over the window, it would disappear. It doesn't. It's like, but notice how I can't close it now either. Right? Which is a little inconvenient, actually, come to think of it. Task manager. All right. I had to use... So let me go back. It's insane. This is so insane. It's almost like this huge piece of software that costs so much to develop and has been in development for so long. It is just like every other piece of software, I suppose. Hal, prepare an Unreal build. Hi, KO2 fanatic. Dave. How are you doing? Hal, run Nugget window. Yeah, but the problem is, and this is what people forget, is that even if you're doing an FPS, to be able to run your game in a ruddy window while you're doing something else during development is actually very important. It's why it's really important, even if your game is designed to run full screen, that you can, during development, not run it full screen. And you'll notice a pattern where these engines are traditionally really annoying is where they make no real account. They take no real account of the development situation of actual use of the thing in development from a practical point of view for somebody using the product to make a game, right? One example of that I always like to recount is how at one of the Unite conferences in it was in Amsterdam that I was there. They had just reintroduced into Unity a facility. It was almost sort of mentioned in passing, like, and now you'll be pleased to know that the dialog boxes have a cancel button. And the audience erupted. There was applause. Just like, and they even remarked, it's like, we've done all this kind of great stuff, but I mean, the response that we got for just adding a cancel on it. Yes, that's right, because you need to think about how people use an engine in order to make a game, and not being able to cancel an operation that was started is a huge deal, because we often end up accidentally initiating something that we didn't intend to, or finding out that the thing that we initiated is taking a lot longer than we intended it, and you never really know how long it's going to take. So you do something and it's like, oh my god, it's been doing this for 5 minutes. Well, what are you supposed to do? You need to get on with your job. And you've got this stress. Oh god, what do I do now? Do I wait? Am I supposed to wait till it finishes? I can't. I mean, I've got a deadline to do. What do I do? Oh, okay. And you kill that instance of Unity. But then, of course, you just killed it when it was in the middle of doing an operation. So the likelihood is that you've corrupted the cache. You don't want to corrupt cache, the library folder. You really don't want to do that, because if you do that, then, well, you have to the only real procedure you have, if you know that's happened, is you delete the library folder, and then when you start on Unity again, it's going to re-import all your assets, which is fine unless it takes 6 hours to re-import all your assets. And so it's a huge deal. It's like, yes. Well, yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, I think if Unity wanted to improve their product, they should have a department that does nothing but make games with it, and with pressure to deliver. And then they would understand a lot better. And I moan about the technology in our industry because, you know why? Because it would be great if we could sort of like lift ourselves out of the 1990s. It's like, it would be great if we could improve the quality of life for the people within our industry, because we would make better games and we would have happier people in our industry. And one of the ways that we can do that is by having tools that are up to the job. And although Unity is a great tool in some respects, as is Unreal, if you want to build any of these engines yourself from scratch, it would take, we know all of this, but this type of stuff that I'm talking about is not hard to do. It really is not. It's not that hard. In fact, there's a benefit as well. You could look at it and say, oh, well, being able to cancel operations, that's really difficult. It's actually, yeah, it can be. But what it would do is it would force a better architecture on the product, and things would be more robust as a result. Instead of always taking the shortest path to the next fancy feature that you can throw in the engine, and everybody's guilty of this, and they always have been, so I'm not picking on anyone, it's just a disease of the industry. There is a focus on shininess, like, look at this, and the shininess in the form of my list of features is longer than yours, you know, and it misses the point because you know, as I remember once, I was talking to a guy. Do you remember there was a Code Warrior? And so this is going back like 20 years, Code Warrior. And the salesman was telling us all about the integrated IDE that it had. And I'm just going, not interested in your integrated IDE. I just want to know that your thing works. That is, you can, you know, make a build, deploy it to the device, run it on the device by pressing a single button. Have you got that? And so this has been the, no. Of course, I didn't say it quite so rudely, but no, it didn't. It was, and of course, trying to sell your IDE. I mean, everybody in the end was using Visual Studio anyway, so really weren't interested. Code Warrior. We need the tools that we use to be designed with the yeah, it's like this, right? If you're a carpenter, you can go and buy all the tools that you want. And there are two aspects of the tools. There's how well the tool does its job, like cutting or sanding or whatever it is. There's how well it does the job. But there's a second part. And this part is actually just as important and probably actually more important. And that is how it feels to use. Everybody else gets this. How it feels to use. You're not going to like a chisel that is the best chisel for cutting in the entire world if it doesn't come with a handle. If you cut yourself when you use it, you know, this is the issue. You know, and when I'm working and someone's paying me to make a game, I can live with it because I'm being paid for that. But I do have to respect the fact that, or acknowledge the fact that if we had this issue addressed, we'd be able to do more in the time that we work and better quality work. When I'm in this situation that I am here, when I'm just doing it for a laugh, yeah, what do I get out of it? Yeah, I have to say, what do I get out of it? Actually, what I get out of it is the opportunity to rant a lot. So I suppose that isn't really all bad after all. Of course. Oh, I love Visual Studio 6. Yeah, but they're always changing they're always changing things. They always change things, and you come back and then you go like, I need to relearn the tool. Just can you imagine that? Come on, if you're a carpenter. I was a carpenter. If I'm just trying to decode that myself. So, I mean, if you were a carpenter, I can't even remember what the point was anymore. Oh, that. No, it's like chisel. 2019. Following year, your chisel's getting a bit blunt because they're not really that high quality anyway. You're thinking, 2020, I need a new chisel. You go look, and the only chisels you can find are 2020 chisels, because the 2019 chisels don't work anymore with any of your other tools, because they're now sort of deprecated and obsolete. You have to go with 2020's chisel. So you order it, arrives, you take it out of the package, your 2020 chisel, and you try to use it, and you go, what have they done here? Where's the end I hit? Where's the bit that cut? What? I don't understand it. This doesn't look like a chisel. Where's the instruction manual? Search online. That's the way it is with our tools. They keep changing our tools. It's always the only bits that you ever go to frequently that they're always changing. If you notice that, it's almost like they're playing a game with us. Like I joke about this with Windows. The way in which that were sound, for example. So of all the operating system bits and pieces and configuration things in Windows 10, 2019, 0.5, whatever, of all the stuff in there, there's one I frequently go to out of sheer practicality. It's the audio settings. Over the last few years, the audio settings have become this mishmash of different user interfaces and different sections, and I find myself perpetually trying to find which one I need. I go and I click on it, and this page comes up. There are no handy icons to direct you to the particular thing that you want. It's all text, very interestingly, but I swear they move around. Or the network settings. Let's see how quickly you can get to the network configuration for, one of your network devices. I mean, there's an icon here, isn't it? It's like they're here. I'll click on this, right? I mean, look at this. This is nonsense. I mean, there's no Wi-Fi. It's turned off currently. And there's airplane mode. I mean, it's airplane mode. Seriously. It's going to be handy. When I take my 19-inch rack-mounted 14-core beast here on an airplane. Excuse me, sir, can you make sure that your rack-mounted computer is switched to airplane mode, please? Yes, I mean, I wouldn't want to go on Ryanair with that because it costs more to transport it than the computer's worth, but that's something else. I mean, seriously, airplane mode. So anyway, from here, I was like, I want to check my settings, network internet settings, and you get to this thing. Well, what is it? It's like, change my connection properties. Oh, okay, I'll try that. What is this thing? Manual. That's pretty random. I can change my DHCP settings here. What's it? Metered connection. Network. Yeah, that's not helping me with my devices, is it? Oh, here are the devices, maybe. Ethernet to... Okay, this one. I right-click on it. Oh, look, I just want the properties for this guy. Can I have the properties for this guy, please? This is the thing, the most common thing I need to do is... why does it not work? Normally you right-click on things, you get a nice little thing on there, says, hey, let's adjust the... No, you can't do that. No. So what you have to do instead is change adapter options. Let's try. And this was what I was looking for. But you know what? That's only seen it that way because I was playing around. But normally I never really understood that change adapter options would take you to these network connections, because from here you can do properties, and then you get this, which is where actual thing you were looking for, you know. Weird. I think normally the way that I've been doing it, or it might be they've changed the user interface again, but it's like network and sharing center. And then from here, I would go to change adapter settings, and I would get them. Maybe I should turn airplane mode on and see what happens. No, I won't. Yeah, me. So, anyway, enough ranting. Right now, what am I trying to do? It's like I've got this window. I have moved the window over, trying to resize the window. So now the mouse has disappeared. Now I'm back to this dance. Flipping heck. Maybe I could switch to this so that it doesn't pop something over this. Then I can come down to here, hover on the right bit, like this. I do it just until it flickers. Try again. Oh, the red herring. It's just random. You just go there and you just try it over and over again. No. 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 Can close it though, because this build is closable. Hal, run nugget window. So before, it's inconsistent in its behavior. I am not at the moment using Nugget Window, the app I've just built, right? And when I move over the window, my mouse disappears. In fact, it seems to disappear even before I get to the window. Really weird. This thing's just full of bugs. I clicked on the window. I just use Alt Tab to move away. Now when I come back, you'll notice that it actually doesn't make the mouse disappear when I move over the window. And in fact, I think that it's just completely bug ridden. Only way that I managed to get it to work was probably immediately that I don't know. Hal, run Nugget Window. Hal, run Nugget Window. No, it's just completely broken. I think the only way I managed to resize the window is out of sheer luck. However, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm the kind of person who doesn't want to be hit by this kind of nonsense, one of the things that I really like to do when I'm using, working on something like this, is I like to be able to control where the window appears. This is another one of those big issues. The thing appears, you run it, and when it appears, then you have to drag it. As you can see, the dragging is non-trivial in this case, because when it appears, it grabs the mouse. Then in order to get rid of them, grab the mouse, you need to move away from the application. The only way you can do that is by, say, using Alt Tab, and then you come up to here, and then you can drag the window around. This is just nonsense, but really what I want, what I'll accept, is being able to always have the window appear in a certain place. Now, I could go and try and find in the documentation for Unreal a way of actually doing this. I could try, and I'll be here probably all year. But, aha, I think what I can do, and this will be better than nothing, is, yes, you guessed it, I'm going to make an AutoIt script. So this is reposition nugget window. It's a program specifically for that. And so it starts off with win activate. The name currently of, let me just call it $T. Keep it simple. $T is the title, and it's going to be my project. And then what I'm going to do is win activate this and just check that this works when I run this, and it didn't work. So because I need a lowercase r, yes, that worked. So now I have a way of switching to this guy. But what I really want to do is move it. Now, what I could do is win move, and we can see on there text of the window, but that it's not really relevant. 0, 0. Look at that, width and height. So I'm going to go for 1000, old school resolution, 1024 by 768. So this, when I run it, because I've seen that it was possible to resize the windows, just a bug on being able to grab the window, and people are complaining about it, but Unreal don't seem to do anything about it. It's that. And that is a beautiful thing. A little thing, but it's beautiful because it means I have the means to rebuild Nugget window, get it to start up, and get it to position itself in the same place all the time, allowing me to work, because I'm going to arrange other, I want that up and visible while I'm working in Visual Studio, basically. So I hope that makes sense. And yeah, there we are. Little bit of scripting. So notice there's a gap here. So for some reason, it's just another bug, isn't it? Let me position it in a negative, like 4. That is actually probably connected to the bug where the mouse pointer was disappearing before it, because it shifted 4 pixels in the wrong way. Or yeah, okay, -6. There we go. That's good. And you can move it without even clicking on it, you see. I'll take that. Where do I want to? The end problem is I'm going to have to put these numbers in when I want to understand, to. I could get clever with AutoIt though, but I won't. I think what I really want to do with Nugget window is have it take up this whole screen here when I run it. So I want it to be positioned sort of like so, and then because that's the other thing with streaming. I want to stream. Maybe it would be good if I could actually thinking about how I'm going to stream this when I work on it. I could add the window capture my project.exe. Oh. Doesn't work, does it? Of course not, because Unreal is probably not going to support window capture. That's about as likely as but that's okay. I capture. Yeah. Hal, run Nugget window. I run this, positions it there. 1920. Position it there. Okay. Minus 300. $256. 200. 230. I'm going to just have it appear there. This will do. Right, so I'm going to build that AutoIt script. Oh, flippin' X, stop doing this. I'm building this in the flippin'... I told the antivirus thing that comes with Windows to ignore this directory. And does it ignore the directory? No, of course it doesn't. It's like... Manage settings. I'm going to turn off real-time protection and then build this, and then why is Teams, yeah, for pity's sake. Oh look, I can right click on this and say close. It won't let me close it. Teams, I don't even use it on this computer. Here, close all windows. Thank you. And I'm going to build this, and I'm going to try and run it, which I called reposition Nugget window. Let's just see if this works. Oh, yeah, move it here. It's exe. Okay, great, this works. Then after doing that, I'll turn this back on. And then I test it. Does it still work? So, okay. Save changes, yes. Edit. When I run Nugget window, I'm going to also run. I'm going to pause for 1 second. And then I'm going to run documents, scripts, reposition Nugget window. Okay, okay. Let's test this. How? Run Nugget window. Too bloated. Took too long to start up. So let's edit this again. I have to wait. Win. Wait. Win. Win wait. Pauses execution until the requested window exists. $T. Recompile that. And allow. Neck, I don't care. You try again. Okay. Owl, run nugget window. Owl, run nugget window. Owl, run nugget window. Owl, run nugget window. Right. So it's actually that little wait's worked. So now I can always just run it. Ask Hal to run. Hal, run nugget window. And it's changed the size automatically and positioned it in the screen in a predictable place. I mean, you know, it might seem like it trivial, but it's not at all, because can you imagine how many times I'll, oh gosh, stuck in a, yeah, how many times I'd be doing that. No, I'm not. I slept in this morning. I had a easy day. I'm a little bit discomfort from this kneeling chair. I can only do so long in it. So, great. What next? I think that is all the DevOpsy stuff I need to do. I think. There is something though. Is I'm really annoyed by the way that it grabs the mouse. So I'm going to try and look at that. Make Unreal build app, not grab mouse. Prevent a game from capturing the mouse. No answers. One answer. The viewport properties if you control. All right, so let's go. Oh boy. And what I want to do is search for viewport. Capture mouse on launch. No capture. Do not lock. I can kneel for a bit, but at a certain point, I seem to be getting used to it though. So slowly. Well, that's good. Let's see if that works. Save everything. Save all. How prepare Unreal build. I always forget exactly the wording. I need to keep the menu. How prepare an Unreal build. How prepare an Unreal build. Do this is the thing. How prepare an Unreal build. Look at that cable. So that's the automation. Bunch of work simply because there's no keyboard shortcut for it. What? That's because Nugget window is already running. Oh, yeah, there's never any end to DevOps. What this means is that my script in voice attack is there a way to kill an application? Stop a process by name. Woo! That's handy. My project. Move it up. Close my project process. Okay. Because that one is really, really annoying. Because what invariably happens with that, you see the package failed, but oh, what happened here? Sorry. Yeah. Window capture. Right. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's better. So that failed pretty quickly because the build is practically an empty build. It's very, very lightweight. But imagine that happening where it took an hour, 2 hours, and it failed right at the end because you already had it open on your machine. So this is another trope. Video game development. So please, if you're making a pipeline in an engine for making builds, can you please check at the beginning that you have write permission on the file before you try and make the build, to avoid the situation where you wait 2 hours for a build to find out that you made this mistake, or the person doing this made a mistake, and then you have to take another 2 hours to make the build again. So hopefully we'll see, we'll try. How prepare an Unreal build. I don't think it actually killed it because I can see it's still running, so that's a little bit annoying. Maybe I didn't build the thing. See, now I need to do a cancel. Oh, there's a cancel button. Look at that. Let's try it. That cancelled immediately. That's good. Normally you hit cancel and you have to wait. because the cancelling takes time. That was nice. I like that. Let me go back to here and no, because I didn't put that. Yeah, I put it in. Actually, put it in voice attack, didn't I? I've never tried to do that in voice attack before. Probably some. What? Where did I put it in then? Oh. Okay, well that means it would restart it. Let me see if it restarts it. I put it in the wrong one. Hal, run Nugget window. Oh, that's cool. That actually restarts. It shuts down Nugget window because it was running. Hal, run Nugget window. Now, this is really important too because you don't want to have multiple copies of your game running at the same time on your machine. You don't want that. So what I'm going to do is I also need it to close that down. Change the name at some point. But right now, right. Okay. Done. How? Prepare an Unreal build. Build it that time. How? Run Nugget window. Very good. Now, let's see. Oh, I've just remembered there's one other thing that's going to be a problem. I, of course, want Nugget window to run at full speed all the time, even when it's not in focus. In general, you want that because it's quite common that you want to test things out on a game without, you know, being glued to the game. You might let it run a bit, or you're doing tests with AI versus AI or tuning stuff, right? And so you want to be able to run in the background. Now you can do that with Unity, all right, but let's see what happens with Unreal. There's always something more. So right, let's do that. So that's good. My viewer still works. It's encouraging. But one thing I don't know is about the frame rate it's operating. And in order to do that, the best way to ascertain that is to actually put something in the scene that is like a spinning cube, and then verify the cube is actually spinning properly. I'm going to do that next. So for that, I need to get the Unreal project going again. Where are you? There it is. So here we are. I'm going to open up the blueprint. Full blueprint. In my scene here, I'm going to let's just hit play a minute, and then I can test. Oh, right. Here's a problem. I hit play, and I'm going to test this out in the editor. but it's still running. So when I try this now, it doesn't work. This is another common problem. So it's like it's not working, and I go, why is it suddenly not working? They removed Complang C. My gosh, but the history of that. Oh dear. So the problem is that it didn't detect an error in when I played, that for it not being able to. Yeah, it should have generated an error for not being able to listen on the port, because the port's already occupied by this. What is annoying is that when I hit play, I have to remember. I'm just going to have to remember to close it. Annoying. Thinking about automating that, but it's a little tricky to find a workflow. I'll go back here and right. So now it's running in here, which is fine. What I'm going to do is add a cube to the scene, and I'm going to put material on it. If I hit play, and yeah, obviously the problem is you can't see it because there's no light. There, we've got the cube. That's okay. There is a cube in there. Oh my word. It's probably not true. So what I can do is hit play, come back here, rerun this script. There is our cube. I'm going to make that cube spin. I don't have that functionality in my viewer, my graphic terminal, because in order to make it spin, I would want to I'd have to keep sending network traffic across. This is a test just to see, make sure that the viewer is you know, working at full speed. So what we'll do is easiest way to hit stop and take cube and drag it in here, and going to do not rotation. No, yes, rotation. Use a noun. Always use nouns. Verbs have been banned. Transform. Oh, hang on a minute. Hal just thought I asked for something. Turn off here. Hal, turn on heater. It keeps turning the heater off. So I want to rotate the cube. Oh yeah, that was it. So always remember, it's add Oh, I always forget. It's so non-sticky. Um, Grow. Yeah, here. Add actor world rotation. See? One verb, add, and 3 ruddy nouns. Add actor world rotation. When you could just say rotate thing. And that is going to be 1 degree per frame. If I hit play, that. Oh, it's always the same. It's like, no, wrong, you can't do that. Because it needs to be movable. You haven't made it movable, have you, Dino? Make it movable. Close the dialog boxes. Move the mouse from one side of the screen of the universe to the other. Now we have very retro looking spinning cube. I find that actually quite pleasing, comforting. Now, if I click away from the editor. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe you'll be all right. Because I've noticed a thing where if I clicked away, it would stop. It would kind of stutter. But that seems fine. Cool. All right. Well, we'll test it out. I'll stop that. And how prepare Unreal build. How run Nugget window. Yeah, it just doesn't look quite what I expected. Oh, because there's more than one window called My Project. So what I'm going to have to do is fix that. This is also a window that says My Project. I'm going to have to name it properly. I think that will be in the. I think I'm learning where these types of things are now because it just came across it, didn't I? Oh, not editor preferences. I want to go for project settings, and it was. Oh, it's still there. Project description. Project displayed title. Nugget window. Right. That's nice that you can have a different title bar depending whether it's a debug build or not. That's be thoughtful. Save all. How prepare an Unreal build. How prepare an Unreal build. What are you doing now? How prepare an Unreal build. I'm suspicious that it's actually a bad connection because it used to do this with a completely different microphone setup downstairs as well. I don't know. How prepare an Unreal build. Pull it around though, and then it starts working. So I'm going to run this one manually. Oh, maybe not. Let's look at the... I can just actually get these scripts here. So no, yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, the only thing will change is that this auto move needs to be renamed. Hal, run nugget window. So move did not work, as I knew it wouldn't. But what's this called? It's now called nugget window. It actually worked. So what I can do then is change this to nugget window and build it and save it. Right, and the other thing I need to change then is just prepare an Unreal build. Name of the thing to close is now nugget window, which makes a lot more sense. And we also need to do that for this command, same thing. Nugget window. Okay. Done. Let's test this. I'll run nugget window. I'll run nugget window. Yeah, it's actually now got 2 nugget windows. So that was good, but it's not quite as an issue. For some reason, when I run nugget window, oh yeah, I need to figure out how to change the name of the exe that's generated. So actually that one needs to stay my project because it's going by the process name, not the window title. How?
Hello, Dino.
How? Run nugget window. Okay, good. Then with nugget window running, we've got my test script. And there is the spinning, and this is perfect. This is good. Really happy with that because I can go about my business and it's not like that viewer is going to sort of stop functioning when I don't have it selected. I've also... Oh, wait a minute. It does run a little bit faster. I knew there was a difference. Robbie's a bad minion? What do you mean? So there is a difference. It runs slower when... I don't think it's a problem. Oh, yeah. Well... No, of course not, because people are busy and so on. But also, it's like what happened to that guy who was giving me advice the other day. You know, you don't see it's most people. when I was dealing with the I had the problem with the adding. It was sort of like 2 ads in a series. It would only add once. It's like fine. Most people will interact and other things. I want to know where refly is though. And then there was re as well. Whole bunch. But you know, we've all got lives, haven't we? Refly and re. Someone should make a game. TV series, Refly and re. You'll think that it's Refly Henry. Yeah, so that's good. And if I send the command con reset, the cube is still there. You can't see it because of the light. I zapped the light in the scene. Now put a light back in the scene. See the spinning cube. MacCod, yeah. But I was away for a very long time. I hadn't been streaming. Cool. Happy with that, but I need to stop get rid of that spinning cube now. Ooh, look how slow that is. Oh, right, when I click on the editor it gets really slow. But anyway, no matter. Let's kill that. And this is good enough. We're going to do going to get rid of that in the scene. Going to get rid of that. And this thing, what is that? This is the root. It's an actor. It should just be a blank one with no mesh. Whatever. Save all. How prepare Unreal build. So finally I get to, it was just, I needed to do this preparation, but I get to the next step, which is I need to create a C++, some C++ code that uses sockets to talk to this thing that I've made. And that should be fairly easy to do. How run nugget window. Yeah. And I finally can now close Unreal. I don't need to use Unreal anymore. I used Unreal to prepare the nugget window. And now, boom. Oh, I might need to get rid of the logging later. It's logging that to the screen. But anyway, I suppose it'd be useful for debugging actually. So, because the thing here is that anything I type here will appear. So, it's time to break open a new thing. We're going to start a new project. create a new project. It's going to be a console application. I'm going to put it in Documents, Visual Studio 2009. No, really? VS Projects, new folder. We're going to call this Nugget Window Clients. We select that folder, Nugget Window Client. Place the solution and project in the same directory, please. Console application Windows in C++. Enjoying Visual Studio? Don't show again. You think I've got the time? Sit there answering silly questions. Here are some instructions. Get rid of them. Let's build and run that. Didn't seem to do anything. That's because it exited. Get char. There we are. Hello world. Hit enter and that's right. What did I think of the C64? I never used the C64. I never programmed anything on the C64. I did program something on the VIC-20 once. I like the VIC-20. Weird that it was not a particularly impressive computer. It didn't have really good graphics. There's not much really, the VIC-20, but a lot of characters. Weird. I remember this 20 had it. Yeah. Anyway, so now I am ready to do some, finally, to do some proper programming. In C++, I want to use sockets. Oh God, not this. So I've got to get all the headers files sorted. So what we're going to do is do sockets C++ Visual Studio. Lovely example. Main. I mean, the API, or I'm just going to call it, the API for sockets is actually quite elegant, a little ugly as well, but in some ways elegant just in its simplicity. Well, elegant's the wrong word. There's actually nothing elegant about it at all. But, you know, it works. And it's nowhere near as ugly as Microsoft's hack on it, which it's so that's one of the things is like if you're actually doing socket programming in Unix domain, it's actually straightforward. Of course, there's no buffering, which you have to implement your own buffering. But then here you've got a whole bunch of other rubbish. Let's see if this compiles. No. Have a good night, Mike. Thanks for tuning in. Oh my gosh. STDAFX. Yeah, that's right. Let's make sure we're using precompiled headers on my little tiny application. Next. Initializing cannot convert from const char 26 to char star. Const. Next. Get char. Next. Use inet Python or inet Python instead of define winsock deprecated no warnings to disable deprecated API warnings. Or define. Right. Is this Microsoft just hacking away at standard API again? I don't know. It doesn't take one argument, of course it does. Let's see. Come on. Oh. Platform to network. Yeah, I get it. Int family. Yeah, it's not the same. It's sort of coming up as an error right now. Deprecated. Just to make the conversion clear, let's say you have code using the deprecated inet address. You'd be converted to the newer one as follows. Okay. Okay, that's clear, and that is actually looks like a new standard. So on 27001. P identifiers not found. Macro, where is this macro located? Up underscore T macro. Which header is that in? pchar.h. Nope, can't find it. That's why did I put an why did I do that? No, that doesn't need a underscore. Hey, cool. Let's got rid of that problem. Getch. Getchar. This is just to keep the window open. Getchar. 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 Right. Built. Of course, because I'm able to communicate with just using netcat, I can do like con reset it that window cleared. I was just thinking actually what I could do. Oh, there's a reason I didn't want to make this full screen. It's just because stupidly high resolution on this screen. Well, I'll deal with that later. Right. This built. What's it now? I'm going to check what it does. It's going to start up sockets. It's creating a listen socket. Binding. Wait for client to connect. So actual fact, I don't need any of this here because I'm not listening. Don't need to bind, don't need to listen, don't need to wait for client to connect, don't need to accept. Yeah, this is a listen socket example, isn't it? All right. Well, gets me some of the way there. Actually, I think I'm just going to hash if out all of this. Keep it there for reference. The initialization is done. Windows. Sockets. Client example. Oh, look at this. Cool. Source code. WinSock client site code. Probably. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'm just going to actually remove all of this and start again, but use this, which is probably better. ARGC count, right. I'm use argv. I don't want to use arg. Right. Const char star IP equals 127001. Int port equals 7777. I'm just going to take the whole lot and then work on that. See if it builds. Of course it doesn't. ARGC, well, that's from the main. It's good because I don't want to use that anyway. I'm validating parameters. ARGV undeclared identifier. This is the IP. Cannot convert argument 2 from int to p. Strip the result. Not convert argument 2 default port from int to. Okay, let me just see what the default port is. A string. Really? Okay. Missing. Cannot convert argument 2 from int to. Oh. Default buffering. Default port. Built. Now this will make a connection. It will attempt to connect an address until one succeeds. Send an initial buffer. Shut down the connection since no more data will be sent. Receive until. Okay, so this is actually receiving data back. I'm not interested at the moment. It might be sending data. I don't. Can do that later. When it sends the initial buffer, it does send buff. And what's in send buff? This is a test. This will be my command. This is a test. I'll see it in the window. If this works, run it. It should appear in the viewer. Not successful. Port 777. If there was any return. One, return one. Okay. Properties, debugging. Visual Studio, keep console open. Control F5. Yes, it says bytes sent 14. The bytes were sent. They weren't received. This could be because I still have a connection already. Only one connection is allowed at a time. That might be why. Oh. Okay, let's test to see if I can. Right. Oh, wait a minute. That was interesting. It did actually. This is a test actually did come through. Believe it or not, but it didn't notice it because there wasn't a new line at the end. The protocol requires that. So now if I go do this, it should go through. There it is. This is a test. So now I have. Right, that's able to communicate. My viewer. So I can very easily then just, I mean, so stupidly, you know, few lines of, I mean, we're at 120 lines of code. But I mean, it's like, the point now is I can do init scene. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I'm jumping ahead of the gun here. I actually want to create a method function that will send a string. Send string const char star s. Now, some of these things are going to move out of this scope, the global scope, static in front of it, private to this file, WSA data, I'm going to just check where that's used, WSA startup, it's, okay, I'm going to make that static as well. Right there, and make sure it still runs. Yep. The socket connect invalid socket connect socket. So this connect socket I think that can be local to this function. Let's copy and paste that. I'm going to copy the functionality over with not move because I want to be able to continue testing. So like it is now, if I hit F5, make sure that it still works. See, it did connect. Great, we're going to really accelerate now. Let me just check where this address info is used. Well, I don't really need to get the address info every time. This is also going to be here. You'll notice how I'm not using any classes. No point. I mean, what is the point? No point at all. Might as well do it this way. And then I'm not having to mess around. And now we've got connect socket, invalid socket. We've got this as copied over. And then send buff is the thing that's going to be sent, which is this S. So I don't really need to worry about that. The receive buffer I'm not using at the moment. iResult, what is that? That is, this was the initialization of WinSock. So let me just, to be clear, this is going to be removed. Oh gosh, just don't let me just put stuff in without sort of decorating it. Lumineck. Really annoying. Look. Oh. Sit there and you just. Okay, that time it didn't mind. I bet up here, if I try to extend this, it's. That just. Yeah, me. Anyway, this stuff is all going to go away. iResult is in part of an initialization that's required. The default buff length was just for the receive buffer. This is also going to go away. Initializing WinSock needs to stay. iResult is being used for that. If the result is not equal to 0, it failed. It will print that it failed. And I'm not going to see that. If I can do a get char like this, then I will see it. 0 memory hints. What is hints? Hints is is an address info structure. Okay. Sounds like hints can remain. It's going to remain. This is really confusing. Struct address info hints. Okay, that works. So we go on there, size of hint, set this up, blah blah blah, resolve the server address and port. And if I'm unable to do that, it's going to, I'll just put a get char there. Attempt to connect to address until one succeeds. Just make sure this still compiles. It does. Make sure it still runs. Works. Yes. My function send string isn't doing a lot right now. Result. Right. And this is also required. What's the pointer do? That's a local thing. So what I'm going to do is But this is actually going to go up here. Oh, wait a minute, it already was up there. This is going to be static struct result. Address equal null. Make sure this still works. No, we have an error now. Result is undefined because I moved that out, isn't it? Ah, yes. Huh? Oh, don't keep doing decorate. This is going to be called result. At builds, does it run? Yes. So we're still, things are still working. Organizing this. So this address gets initialized by the initialization bit. I'm actually now going to move the initialization to its own function. Send string should be static as well. Static void init initialize the network, and this is going to that. Sure everything works. Oh, we have an error. In network void function returning value. Okay, next. Hints undeclared identifier. I need to copy the hints and put it into this function. And next. Oh, still works. Right. So keep moving. I'm refactoring the initialization so then I can just do init network. Well, after that, it wants to resolve server address and port. Let's copy this, paste it in here like so. In here like so. Go test, make sure everything works. No, we have result undeclared identifier though, so that's because it's not called result, now called address. And again, we have void function returning a value again. Let's change to exit 1 and run a test. Works. Carry on. This in theory should initialize the network code completely, so it's time to, I'm going to just remove all of this now actually. I'm going to start jump to the refactored, so things will break a little bit, because if I run a test now it should compile. No, why doesn't it? Undeclared socket connect, undeclared identifier. Oh, right. Okay. Just do that instead. This should build. It does, but it won't work when I run it. It won't make a connection. So now we're in a not working state deliberately for doing the refactoring. We are now going to start with a new refactored thing, which is going to be init network. Let's test that and see if there's any issues. I want to make sure that after the initialization of the network, I'm going to do a get char so it keeps the window open. There's no errors generated. We are fine. This would have got the address but hasn't tried to make the connection. Next function I'm going to make is a static void connect. It's not going to take any arguments at this stage because it's hard. What it's connecting to is hardwired. This is going to be attempt to connect to an address until one succeeds. Basically, this code is going to go here, and let's try and compile and start fixing the errors. The pointer doesn't exist here because the old pointer was this. Now paste in here. Next, result unidentified undeclared identifier. This is because this is now actually should be called addresses. I'm going to just rename that to addresses. So fine, let's go again. And next error, connect socket doesn't exist. And that's because I haven't actually, I'm splitting this into different functions. So this one's going to be static socket, connect socket, invalid socket up there instead of inside send string. This now means that except I don't like the way that this is starting with a capital C. That's not my naming convention. The variable starts with lowercase in my naming convention. Rename to, hang on, can't do it that way. Rename to connect socket, apply. Oh, just do it. Connect. Right. Connect. Void function returning a value. If I try and connect, there's a problem. We can't return. This was doing a return before because it was in main. Now I just need to do exit and try again. iResult undeclared identifier. Now iResult was for connecting to the server and it was an integer. iResult was not used anywhere else. So it's really I tend to just use a single R for that. It's perfectly clear. In fact, it's clearer just using a single one. Resolve that. You can see from the context exactly what that means. Let's put R there and let's try again. iResult undeclared identifier. This is in the connect function, int R. And R. And let's try again. And this built. But of course it's still not working, but at least it compiles. We're going to try and do connect now. So we initialize the network. Do a connect. Let's see if this works. And I didn't get any errors, so we'll assume it did work then. Just to printf, might as well. I kind of prefer doing that. So again, we'll run the thing again, and Done. Yes. All good. I wonder if I do this, then I can right click on this and do edit. No, properties. There we are. Font 24. Okay. Close. Will it remember that? Yes, it did. That's nice. You can see it a bit done there. So think, well, we can there is a test I can do to see if that really does make sense. That's to close down the viewer, and when I run it this time, now it's actually paused and it said done. It didn't generate an error because of a lack of connection. That was a bit odd. So why? I'm going to look at the documentation for this, and it certainly tried to connect. It didn't come back immediately, so that suggests connection function winsock suggests that it was working. But let's have a look at the return value. If no error occurs, return 0. Otherwise, it returns socket error. Specific error code can be retrieved by calling WSA get last error. Oh, wait a minute. Does it continue here? That's why I didn't see. Ah, right. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do a bool success equals false. It's going to carry on until it manages to connect. If it was an error, you do that. Otherwise, success equals true. If not success, then we're going to do a print f on here, and it's the print. I'm going to print could not connect, and I'm going to do a WSA cleanup. Do you really need to do that? Screw up your whole computer if you don't. I mean, the thing's exiting anyway, but who knows? Right. Try again. So what should happen? No error. Let's fix the errors. Which was this one? No matching token found. I've got some kind of syntax error in here now. See, so this one. Try again. And that runs, tries to connect. Eventually it says done, did not do what I expected it to do. So there's no point in carrying on then until it does what I expected it to do. I expected it to say it could not connect. Yeah. This needs to be outside the for loop. Okay, try again. And now it goes. It says it worked, but you couldn't see it because I didn't have a get char there. Right, go. Try again. And could not connect. So that's good. Now, if I run Nugget window, I've started Nugget window. Oh, look at that! And the tool for moving Nugget window. You gotta laugh. It Instead, move Visual Studio because it has the same name. Look at that. Huh? All right, never mind. Let's try running this. This time it's done. So yes, it does actually connect or not connect, depending whether the viewer is running. So the next thing to do is to, we've initialized WinSock. We managed to make a connection. Now we want to send a string. And to send the string, we can use send an initial buffer. Let's also check the connect socket is not invalid. When did invalid socket? Oh, right. Yeah, I didn't need to do that. I can get rid of that. That was actually unnecessary. What I need to check is that the end is the connect socket. If the connect socket is equal useless. Come on, can you guess? Take a guess. Take a guess which invalid I actually want. Useless, right. If connect is invalid socket, then there we are. So there's no need for me to actually do that. I don't need to then check if it was valid or not because it will have already quit. Send initial buffer. So that's this code, which is actually going to send a string to the thing. Send an initial buffer is actually just send the string. The S. And we check to see if there's an error, and it said the send failed with this, and we close the socket, we clean up, we do a get char, we exit 1. Oh, this is really annoying me. Static void exit with a capital E is going to be my exit function, which is just going to do a WSA cleanup. The refactoring again here, one there, which we're going to do an exit like so. And now anywhere where I have this exit, I want to change that. WSA cleanup, things like exit. The next one here, like so. Exit. Next one. Sorry, yeah. Exit. Next one. Exit. Next one. There we are. Brexit. And go. Let's work through the errors that we now have. What's wrong with this one? iResult undeclared identifier. That's because this is just a result code again. This is going to be int R. Change that to R. Try again. Our new error is connect socket undeclared identifier. Yeah, it's because it's lowercase c. Next, connect socket undeclared identifiers because it's a lowercase c. Again, success undeclared identifier. Whoops. We don't need this anymore. Why is this? There we go. There we are. Right. And if I just run this, make sure that we don't get any errors, which is correct. Still not sending any string yet, but we're about there. Instead of this done, this get char, it's going to be my special exit. Here we're going to, whoa, what was that? Send string. Send string. Yoo-hoo! Let's try that. Done. No errors, but it also did not actually successfully. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to put in a return. Let's try this again. Probably got now 2 yoo-hoos. Try again. Come on. No. Still not working. Let's have a look at what's wrong with send string. Yeah, that should be good enough. I'm going to check the code down here. What happened? Did it do after the send initial buffer? Shut down the connection because no more connection we sent. I need... Really? I actually don't want to shut down the connection. That's the point. Let's see if something came through or not. If I'm now worrying about whether it's flushing buffers. No, it just didn't go through at all. Okay, let's have a review. Network initialization. Connect send string. Send the string. Yoo-hoo. Int r equals send connect socket. This should have been initialized by the other calls at this point. S sends the string with string length. What's this 0? Don't know. Flags length. Well, this is a 0 terminated, null terminated string. I'm using string length to get the length of the buffer. Doesn't need to transmit the actual 0. It won't. Yeah, if it says socket error, it would do my exit. I would see it would print send failed with error. Else printf sent. It thinks it sent successfully, but it doesn't appear to have sent successfully. Let me check I don't have a connection to this thing going. I do have a connection at the moment. Right. Try again. It's not. Now, the code that I had originally in here did work. One thing I see in here that's different is there's a free address info from Paul. Don't know, that shouldn't make any difference, surely. Right, that's still doing a very good impression of not working. Let's confirm that, in fact, it is listening. Yes, it is. Okay. The send did not return an error. Send string. Right, I can actually use. I'm going to use the debugger here since this is all fairly straightforward to debug. Yeah, there is yoo-hoo. Once char star. Send connection socket. Return value is 9. That's the number of characters that were sent. Really believes it sent it. Sent D characters. Just do that with the R here, like so. Go. Ah, I want to stop debugging? Yes. Yes, I do. Sent 9 characters. Yes, it does. You can show you. The traditional assert macro standard thing would be just this. See what happens. Failed. Assert not found. It's that probably actually because it's a lowercase in the standard. Try that again. Still fail. Assert. Hash include standard lib.h. Standard, it's not there. Standard IO. Hash include assert.h. I can't remember the header file for it now. Assert.h. That was it, of course. So yeah, you include assert.h, and now you've got this assert macro, and this is absolutely standard. Just include the standard header assert.h, and there, but this is C. This is the C interface that I'm using. Although I'm using C++, I'm really using coding in C style because the sockets is C style. And in any case, I like C style, frankly, for a lot of things. Maybe not everything, but so if I try running that, you can see it says abort has been called, debug error, and that's a real shame. They couldn't even implement. Microsoft can't even implement. They can't even implement an assert properly. Oh no, I'm wrong. Wrong. I take that back. Taken back. I was looking at the dialog box here, which is actually from the debugger or from the runtime. In fact, they can, because the assertion failed 0, and then there's the file and the line. This information is given to you, file and line, but this is the interesting one. That 0 is whatever you put in here. So if I go and I do 0 times 0, which is 0, and then I run this, ignore that, you see assertion failed 0 times 0. So a trick I do, it might be that this is a little obsolete now, I don't know, but the thing is, I know that it always works, and I do it without really thinking too much. This is the assert message. This is a very old trick. What I am testing. Oh. Now I can do int what I am testing equals 0, right? So basically I put inside a pair of parentheses inside this. This whole thing is the expression that will be printed. It will print all of this, but this returns only this part, because a chain of expressions separated by commas returns the last one. So this way you can annotate your assert. You can put your own message on the assert. So you go and you hit this and you will see it appear. This is the assert message. And it's a beautiful little hack that is totally correct. It's not doing anything abusive in the language at all. Using the language to spec. It's always worked. Probably always will. You would have been able to do that 30 years ago. 40 years ago. How old is C? He's practically 50 years ago. You'd have been able to do that. I find that very comforting. So there you are. A little bit about asserts. I usually write my own asserts though eventually, but yeah. Sometimes it's good to know what your language can do before people rewrite languages. Yeah, C, yeah. C's beautiful. That's the thing. That's the thing that needs to be respected about C. Why I get annoyed if I ever hear about people trying to say how C is an obsolete language or something like that. It's absolute nonsense. The Linux kernel is all written in C. There's anything that was written in C 50 years ago you can run now. Think about that for a minute. You might need to tweak it a bit. The biggest problems are going to be differences in architecture and the compiler that you're running it. But in principle, code that was written 50 years ago in C, it can still run now. And in fact, a lot of the tools in Unix, which means Linux, things such as awk and sed and the commands for listing files. These are old programs. These are venerable things. It's code that there is code written 50 years ago that is still used now. This is brilliant. Think about all the Java code which is written that never gets used again. And Java was supposed to be write once, use anywhere. So think of all the C++ code which is obsolete. Think about all the code that exists that will never be looked at again. And if you want to find code which people use every day, and if you've got a Mac, you're probably using it every day on your Mac. If you want to see code written 50 years ago that still stands the test of time, it's written in C. So there. That's the point. That's the point. It's like it's not even to do with whether the code written was any good. It was the fact that you can't build it anymore. We Just like you've got in sort of artificial obsolescence in manufacturing, right? It happened in software. Breaks my heart. Can you imagine how things would be if we hadn't done that? Is there anybody looking at this and they'd be saying, why are you using sockets? Why are you not using .NET? Yeah, I could use .NET. I could go and dig out the documentation on that and then try and use some higher level. Why? Why bother? This will run anywhere and could run in 50 years' time. Because why would I want to go and use some kind of framework to make a silly little client connection with sockets? I'm a programmer. I program. It's not hard. How long is it taking me to get this far? I know it's not working at the moment, but I mean, seriously, terrible thing happened with software engineering is that everybody, including software engineers, became afraid of programming. And I'm not being either facetious, I'm not joking, nor am I trying to make out I'm better than anyone else, because I was the same. It happened to me too. I became afraid of programming like everybody else, so that then when I needed to do something, it was like, maybe there's some framework out there I can get a head start on this with that. And then you embrace that framework and you go, oh, well, this is a bit confusing, but I'm sure it'll be worth it in the end to write a bunch of code that a few years later is obsolete and you never go back to ever again. Because you drag the code out, you're going to be having problems with the particular versions of the APIs that you're using. You know, it's not going to be, you're going to go and try to run it on Visual Studio 2019 and you're going to have to spend hours trying to figure out how to just recompile the thing to the latest versions of whatever, because the latest compiler has now sort of deprecated this, or it's gone and treats this as an error now instead of a warning, and whatever else, and compatibility with libraries. And you had all of this happen with Win32, Win64, just going to 64-bit. Think about on iOS, all the applications that we have no access to anymore because they were not maintained, because who could blame the people who made it for maintaining it when nobody was downloading it and they didn't get paid for them. But it meant those loads of 32-bit applications on iOS disappeared forever because there was an enforced move to 64-bit and no backwards compatibility. All those code bases gathering dust. It's sad. And I would do the same as everybody else. And I got sick of it. So that's part what Nugget is about. You see, because I'm doing it this way, my code, for Phi, being made with the Nugget philosophy, not in C, it is using C++, but is using C++ without any external APIs, any weird stuff. It's using sockets. That's why I've got my viewer like this. Then I've got a good chance that if I put the project down and come back to it in a year or 2 years, I'll be able to pick it up just like that and I won't have to spend ages trying to figure out the development environment. Sure, right now I'm using Unreal for my viewer, so that's, like you say, that's going completely against the philosophy, and yes, it is, but that's because I also wanted to learn about Unreal, so I was doing two things at the same time. I didn't have to use Unreal to make my viewer. I took it as a challenge. I want to make my viewer in Unreal. But you see, I could make it in anything. I could make it in Unity. I could make my own. I could take the engine that I worked on, the C engine. I've still got that. That project's written in C. It's sort of like I'll be able to come back to that in 10 years' time. Or maybe I could take Phi and put it in that. Not going to be a problem. I could make this viewer in that. Why not? Right? And simply because I've got a proper decoupling between software components. It's a different way of building software, and it makes a lot of sense. Because I'm sick and tired of seeing 200 megabyte chat programs. I'm sick and tired of going on my phone and I press something and it just does nothing. And I don't know whether or not it registered my finger press, because nobody can be bothered these days to make it respond to your input. I'm sitting there looking at the phone and going, should I try again? You know what happens if you try again? It's confused. It's like, be patient. Wait. And a little bit of me dies inside. I'm sick and tired of this. Why does it take so long? It shouldn't take long. The phone should be ready. You go and press a button to get your email. It should be able to take a damn good guess you probably want to do that and be ready. This is all part of the same issue. Everything coupled together and bloated with glue that bloats everything. Had enough. Here we are. Get one more rant in. Yeah. Nowadays, people spend most of their time learning Java script. You wait. If I manage to, do the things I intend to do, just wait and see. I can make Phi in Java. And if I make Phi in JavaScript, you can bet I'm going to make Phi in JavaScript. Not Phi in JavaScript using some framework, but actually using JavaScript, because it's all you need. Why do they use these frameworks? We are programmers. We should program. We should not spend our time at trying to avoid it. Anyway, meanwhile, back on the ranch, I've got to figure out why my code doesn't work. It's a truly odd state of affairs. I actually feel like I'm entering that kind of sort of Twilight Zone thing. So what I'm going to do is try running this without... Right, it says it could not connect. So that confirms I was trying to connect to what I thought I was trying to connect to. Al, run nugget window. Al, run nugget window. It gets grumpy when that heater turns on and off. Al, run nugget window. Yes. Again, it moved the wrong one. So, on here. And I run this. It says sent 9 characters. But it didn't send 9 characters. And if I go into here and I send hello, the hello comes. Alright, so this is very odd because it says it sent them. Did it? It could be that I close. Oh, it could be that. It's killed the damn connection before it got a chance to send it. Pretty sure that's what's happening. Send string, and then immediately it kills the connection. So actually what I need to do is that would explain it. See, there's nothing like a rant. You rant a bit, and I come back and the problem, figure it out. It's because I'm still working on it in my subconscious. So I've got, now that I put another get char in there. If I'm right. Why aren't you building? Why aren't you building? I'm here. Oh, because you're running. Okay, let's try this again. Ha! Ah! It worked. That's a classic, that one. Basically, the program would quit before it had a chance to actually send the message. Right, so what I need to do now, I've got a kind of a lower level functions for that kind of stuff, is let's add some more stuff. And this more stuff is implementing the layer above, because you can see things are happening in layers. The very, very bottom layer is the actual WinSock API. Then the layer above that is my wrappers around that to sort of get rid of the noise and just leave the intent. Initialize the network, connect, send string. Really nice API, right? Above this, then, you create a layer which has to do with the actual API of the terminal, of the networked graphics terminal, the Nugget window. And this is very typical kind of arrangement of, an architectural framework. You figure out the layers of abstraction. WinSock, a wrapper around WinSock, a wrapper around that wrapper around the wrapper, talks the language of objects in the scene and movement and all the rest. So, for example, we go and say, make cube. And I'm going to do a make cube for the minute that is just makes a cube, right? I mean, without saying where or whatever. And that's actually quite easy to implement now. It's literally send string make cube. And by doing this, the make cube is abstracting. This is why abstraction is so important. This is why I got annoyed at people like, Mike Acton and what's his face, programmer on Quake, whose name just slips me, because I'm terrible with names. If I don't get the name immediately, then I go, what was that name again? You know who. They were tweeting years ago when I was teaching. I was trying to teach the principles of abstraction, and they were saying things like, kill an abstraction today. And it's like war on abstraction. But the actual truth of it is abstraction is the only way that you can manage complexity. It's the only way. And this is a great example. I have a function called makeCube, right? And I'm hiding that in order to make a cube, I send a string called makeCube. And that's the purpose of abstraction in functions and APIs. This is send string only makes sense because of the way that I've implemented the API. The words make and cube, it's sending strings. That's going to be slow. Later on, I might want to have a more compact binary format, in which case it won't look anything like this at all. But what's calling it just wants a cube made, thank you very much. Doesn't care about how it's made. There we are, abstraction. What was that saying? There is no problem that can't be solved by an additional level of indirection. I would say there is nothing that cannot be organized through the use of good abstraction. And so the key important word there is not get rid of abstractions, but to choose good abstractions. John Carmack, I meant. Yeah, that's me. I'm terrible. I'm terrible with names. If I can't get the name immediately, my brain goes. It can be quite embarrassing when I meet people. It's like I meet somebody, and if the name comes immediately, everything's fine. If there's any hesitation and it doesn't arrive, then I get anxiety over it, and then I can't remember their name. I've got a bit better. I think the sad thing is that they probably didn't actually mean it in the way that it was going to get taken. I think there's been an improvement in the appreciation of architecture, though, compared with like 10 to 15 years ago. Well, or is it simply that low-level programmers are fewer now? Oh dear. I don't know. Anyway, so the point here, be that as it may, this is a very nice example of abstraction. And now my little test script here, instead of, you'll notice here I was doing connect to initialize the network, connect, send string. These are kind of low-level things. Maybe it's a good idea for me to do this static, because otherwise I'm going to start mixing levels of abstraction. You want to avoid that. It's got a rule of thumb is like init viewer. So I used to have it mapped the other way. Right, so initialize the viewer, to initialize the viewer, we just need to take these two things. So and then we can go in here and say init viewer. And we paste that in here. Initialize viewer. And now I just do initialize viewer, make cube. And when I run this, I should get a cube. Well, let's just deal with init network. Now the problem there is it doesn't see that because init network is lower down, which is always annoying. But so of course you'd be tempted, and I'm tempted to do a forward reference on here where you declare init viewer and then it's fine. But what I'd actually suggest instead is doing that is do this instead. Don't avoid using forward references. Then it causes you to organize your code better. So basically this layer is now closer to where it's called, and it's referring up. This refers to that, which refers to that, right? And why not? I mean, you know, it's because when you do forward references, it's like spaghetti dependencies, you know, many different ways that you can make spaghetti with code. I'm going to run this and let's see what happens. It's sent 9 characters. Press return to continue. Now what was interesting there is that I didn't see anything appear. That's because I've got another connection going. I need to learning to check for that. Oh, and now nothing appeared. Okay, so now this is looking a bit odd. So what I'm going to do is test to see if the basic. This is why it's really useful to have this netcat thing, because now I can check. It is the, you know, where's the problem? The problem is not with that. That is working absolutely fine. My refactoring has broken something. I initialize the viewer. Hang on. And then make cube. Ah, and guess what it is? I've had this one a few times. I must remember to send a terminating string. Terminating return. Now, send string is actually one of those things, isn't it? It's like send string. Should I make send string check? And it's like if I make it check that there is a new line at the end. Is that appropriate? Well, for now it's appropriate. So I'm actually going to use an assert. I've got them now. Right. Assert. And I'm going to use my trick. Missing new line on command string. And in order to test that, we're going to check if this is the case if we send an empty string. I need to make sure, right, put another parenthesis in here. I can do not and put my expression in there. The expression I put in here is one that is checking to see if we have an error condition. Error condition is true, then the assert is false, and it will assert. So the first one is if star s is equal the null character, and that means that the string is a 0 length, in which case there's a missing new line on the command string. Or the last character of the string star s plus strlen s minus 1 is not equal new line. I think that should do an assert, but we'll see if we'll test it, right? So if I go and recreate the bug that I had, I should get an assert. And it did. Missing new line on command string. Okay, let's test the cases. If I send an empty string, yes. And if I send make cube and put a new line on, make cube got received. So actually that seems to work fine. That's good. So now you can't see the cube, but the reason for that is because there isn't a light. But because I've got myself an init viewer, I could just have an initial state that I set up where I add a light, which is probably a good thing. Code that I had for adding the light, cat test 5. And copy that and sort of paste it in here. Make light, name B, rotation. That should make a light called, well, let's call it light. That makes a light called light. And rotates it a bit. Have it rotated. Position doesn't matter because it's a light. So this is using the low-level interface, but that's okay because I'm in the low-level interface at the moment. Low-level API. So the other thing I'm going to do is when it connects, because I need to initialize the viewer, I can actually probably do con reset. Con reset make light name light rot 45001. Let's see if this works. So when I start the application, it will clear the scene in the viewer and then add a light and then add a cube. I hope. Let's get out of this. Try that. And or alternatively, it'll create an error because I've missed a semicolon. And there's a missing new line on command string. Is there? Yes. See, that's where that little assert paid off already. There was an unknown command. Yeah, because I had screwed up the buffer because I had I sent something that didn't have a new line. Let's try that again. Oh, it's still unknown command. Make. Right. Okay. It might be that I can't do a con reset on the same. Can't remember now whether that was permitted in control reset. Try again. Unknown command. wonder if it's the... Okay, I had spaces in there that shouldn't be in there. We have a cube in the scene. So the light is a little bit weird. It looks like it didn't rotate. Oh, no, that's a rotation of 45 degrees around the x-axis. I actually wanted to do 45 degrees around the y-axis. Okay, no problem. I also would quite like it to sort of exit by itself without hitting that's kind of interesting. What I really need to do is wait for reply. So some kind of level of two-way communication is useful, because then I can let the client can wait until it's confirmed that the viewer received the instructions, especially if there's any lag on the network. But for now, we will do a sleep. Now, I need to get the sleep C++ Windows sleep function. So what I want it to do is sleep for some milliseconds. Let's say 1 second is fine, but this will probably fail to compile because I'll need to include... Oh, I was going to include the header, but the header's already included somehow. Probably because I've included WinSock. I mean Windows. Hey, whatever, it's got it. So now it will run, and then does done, and well, I want to exit without an error. Int tool, no error. If not, no. Alright, if error. If error, then it will do a get char, so it allows me to see the error message. So we'll now create errors that I'll have to fix. So here we go. Exit function. Oh, I have to go through everything, don't I? So rather than do that, I could just make the default. I don't know if you can do this in C++. I don't remember. Probably, yes. Okay, so the default is false. Actually, I want the default to be true. And then in the case of the final exit, I can say it's not an error, false, and then it won't wait. Let's try that. It should have exited. Why is it hanging around exactly? Exit false. Default is true. Oh, not error. I had the not still in there. Right, okay. So, bit of DevOps again. There we are. Bloom. Boom. And kind of interesting. We make the cube, the light. I can't really see. Why can I only see one? I want to see a bit more of this cube rather than one bit. It looks like it's rotating the cube instead of rotating the light. Oh, it's rotating both because the cube rotation is right. That's why the cube's always going to be pointing at the light, because I'm rotating both by the same angle. Ah. And then it's going right. I need to specify. If I don't specify a new rotation, it uses the previous one. See, so let's hit there, and you can see now this is really beginning to work, because how quick is that? I'm going to investigate if I can make it even quicker, but like I made a cube. And you know, let's rotate the cube. I'll rotate the 45 degrees around the Z axis. I hit F5 and it compiles, runs the code, and there's the result. It rotated the cube. I'm just curious now about why it takes so long. That's longer than I would like. Some of this will be compile time. Now, one way to speed up the compile time will be to get rid of the header file problem. Because when I hit F7 here, you can see how long it takes. Now, for such a simple program, it should be instantaneous. The reason it isn't is because I've got a huge number of header files. So I'm already suffering header file problems. And this is where you want to split this into more than one file. Specifically because when it recompiles this, it's going to recompile everything. Now, I guess I could use precompiled headers, but I never find them really worthwhile. It's better to just sort of, fix the problem by a good architecture instead of tooling. So I think it's time. Nugget window client, I'm going to add a new item, which is a C++ file, which is going to be called Nugget window client. And this is not what? Nugget window client. Abstract Nugget factory header processing verification of object-orientedness in progress. Abstract portion. Abstract is also a verb, assuming you mean a noun. Nugget, name, noun. Factory, noun. Provider, noun. Implementation, noun. Warning exists on the first term. Suggest what can we suggest to abstract implement? You're right, an abstract implementation. It's actually not a noun. It's an adjective. So that is, yeah, that's how we know it's a bad name for object orientated programming, because it's an adjective. You use nouns. Objects shouldn't have adjectives. Yeah, it's a nugget fact. If you yeah, okay, I've got it now. What you should call that, leaving aside that you can't have an abstract implementation, is, I suppose you can if you want, is to do a nugget factory provider implementation abstraction. There you are. So of course, then you want to know what you can do with this, because you've got this horrible thing with object orientated programming that eventually you need to use a verb somewhere. So we can use apply for that. So you need a class, and the class is going to be called Nugget Factory Provider Implementation Abstraction, and dot apply. Don't. The thing is, interfaces are overused. It's like, and it's good. It's a good idea. I know why we love the idea of using abstractions interface, is because it seems to provide runtime decoupling. That is the point of polymorphism, of virtual functions. In the end, interfaces are implemented by a mechanism that is like virtual functions, right? Or in other words, function pointers. And definitely is a good idea to try and have late coupling, late binding of all things, which is the true major idea of object-oriented programming. But it turns out that using object-oriented programming in order to do interfaces is probably one of the worst ways. I'm being tongue-in-cheek, but it's probably one of the worst ways of actually using interfaces or making interfaces. Because certainly in a language like C++, because the problem is that when you use polymorphism through abstract interfaces, you're using inheritance, and you actually can't in C++ create an interface without using inheritance. What you can do is you can only use the bit of inheritance which is required in order to achieve polymorphism. But it's a kludge. If you want to achieve runtime decoupling, there are other ways. And I think that's exemplified by the component model. Entity component system provides exactly the thing it provides very well is runtime binding. You have an object and you attach something to it. But the thing is that you don't have to do that only using interfaces. My favorite way these days of doing that is basically to use a map. So let's say that you have some objects, some structures, some instances of things, and you want to associate them with other instances. So I don't know, you've got like, here's a good one. I did this in my C engine. You've got physics and you've got an object in the scene, and you want to attach to the object in the scene physics. So you can use an entity component system type idea, but the easiest way to implement it, and probably the best, is to simply throw out all object-orientated thoughts and simply have a map or dictionary where the key is the object and the value is the physics instance. So then when you have an object and you want to know, does it have physics and what is the physics, you look it up. So it's a bit like, you have a registry of these components are attached to these objects, but that is completely independent of the two modules. It's like the physics doesn't need to worry about how it's associated with the object, and the object doesn't need to know how it's associated with the physics. It's just there's a module that each can ask, what's my physics? What's my physics is looked up in another module. And you can completely remove, you could stub out that module, right? And suddenly objects don't have physics anymore. So of course that might create an issue with the runtime, but whatever issues you've got are runtime issues, they're not compile time. So you can implement an entity component system. In principle, the heart of an entity component system can be implemented in one line of code because it's a map or dictionary. And I tried this out with my C engine because, yeah, I had objects in the scene that you could see, but they also had physics. And the physics implementation, in fact, I made the entity component system in exactly the way that I just described, with maps. Worked fine as far as I can see, performance-wise, not really going to be an issue. Yes, a header file is basically an interface, but the header, right? A header file is an interface, but it's a different kind of interface, a compile time interface. So this is the problem with headers in C++, it enforces compile time binding between different things. Now, there are certain ways you can dance around that. I mean, this is what Unreal does. So how does it manage to sort of incorporate code that you've just compiled? It uses the trick that the code is compiled into a DLL. DLL is then unloaded and reloaded. And so by doing that, you're able to manipulate some of the code that the engine is working with, and it does that with your code, the code you write. And this is why it works very nicely with blueprints, because the blueprint system stays in memory, that the graphs retained in memory, but they're just calling like utility functions. That's the C++ that you add, and that can be hot reloaded. Yeah. So in that case, you're doing runtime binding, but it's at the operating system level. It's not actually part of the language. So it's a trick. It isn't, in the language. That is a workaround, but unless you do tricks like that, then yeah, that's the problem with headers. You are making compile time dependencies, and ultimately it means the problem that I've got right now that I was about to address is I want to speed up the compile time, even though it takes us about a second. It should be instant, because I have everything in one compile unit, and I'm not going to be making changes to. Basically, I need to do is take the different layers of abstraction and put them in separate files, so that when I work in any particular layer, it only modifies the implementation, and for that might need to pull in header, windows.h. If I'm working in the socket layer, it will have to do that. So though compile time when I change that file will be longer. But then when I'm working as I am now in this bit, that should just compile like instantly. But that is going to be solved not, by actually changing the binding of things here to the linker stage, really, instead of binding it all in the same C file. Do I have concurrency issues with the global map? There shouldn't be in principle. If you've got threading involved, you can use a dictionary or hash map, which is thread safe. But frankly, if it's an issue, if performance is an issue to the point that you need to try and spread the load across multiple threads, it means you have a lot of objects. So if you have a lot of objects, then you might as well assign those objects to specific threads. Then you might as well have not a global map, but a map for each thread. Then you can have a protocol for switching between them. This might be, I don't know, I'm just thinking off the top of my head. Most of the time, objects in an engine are not interacting with each other. Most of the time, they work by themselves. So, like if you have a scene with 10,000 balls in it, right? You could spread that across 10 threads, 10 cores. So if they've got 1,000 balls, then that means there's only 100 of them for each core. You might as well have them all operating independently. And so each core has its own map. And they can hammer those whatever way they like. There's no problem with replication because everything is separate. Now, when there is an interaction that has to happen between two, that could be interesting because, potentially you could have conflicts there. You need it to be possible to figure out, say, if two of these collide. But even there, what you can do then is you do the resolution of such things as a separate pass. And basically there's always a way. In fact, the advantage of making what it is that approach is more a data orientated approach, right? So you could say it's data orientated design. I grudgingly accept the term because for me it just means working the way we used to work before this object-orientated C++ stuff distracted us. It's just normal programming. Yeah. So I kind of object a little bit to it being given a name as though it's a new thing. It's not new. Very old. It's basically programming, you know. But yeah, the focus is you structure the code around the data. And if you need to arbitrate sort of communications between these things, then you treat that as another task which is done just handled as another stage. So if you're doing like a water simulation, for example, it's quite interesting trying to get an efficient water simulation. It's something I was looking at not so long ago. What you want to do is, first of all, each particle needs to be able to move independently, but you still need to be able to resolve collisions. What tends to work quite well with that is you have an indexing system, so that you move everything, and then once things are moved, then you do a pass where you generate nearest neighbor data. So it turns out that as long as you move everything so things are not moving while you're generating like a collision index, if you like, a way of being able to find potential collisions. That finding out potential collisions can also be done on multiple threads. So certainly the movement can, right? Because each thread moves a certain number of balls. That's fine. But the point is that you can then do an indexing, which can also be done across all the threads. And then once you're finished with that, then you have a resolution of collisions which only works on a reduced data set because you had this index that was generated by all the threads, and it might be that final stage needs to be done in one thread, but you did all the preparation across multiple threads. And this way of thinking is pretty much incompatible with object-oriented programming as far as I can see. It's like, I don't know if that made any sense. Yeah, you put in effect, you can put them in a queue and perform them sequentially. Yes. The latter operation may not make sense anymore. Well, that's the thing. When you're talking about the resolution of things in conflict, you want to try and avoid the possibility. But the example that I gave of collisions of balls for a fluid simulation, that is a pretty tough problem on the face of it, because you say, well, how do you resolve this? They're all going to sort of be colliding with each other, and you sort of push one this way and then it's colliding with something else, and then it's do this and do this. But you then start to look at do you really care if there is some penetration between particles? Do they really need to be resolved instantaneously and immediately and perfectly every time? And the answer is usually no in a video game. I mean, the only time it would be yes would be if you were actually trying to do physically accurate simulations for purposes of research. But no, we're not normally doing that. So that's one thing that you can do, is to help that. But even if you can't do that, then what you do is you just iterate again, and presumably by using multiple threads, you're speeding up the collision resolution anyway. So that would be the model where you push objects apart to resolve penetrations between objects, and then you ask, it's a bit similar to the way phi works in a way, interestingly. You go and say, okay, we've moved everything because there were things penetrating each other. Okay, so that's been, but because we moved everything, it's quite possible that we now have new ones. So let's just go through and check. Oh yes, we have some more. So let's resolve those, and let's go through and check. And you keep doing this. Is pretty standard. You keep doing this until eventually there are no more collisions. But that is totally doable to, spread that out. Well, I've done it, and it works really well. It's crazy fast. I was using Unity to and the entity component system and the burst compiler. You put all that together, and the number of particles that you can simulate is absolutely incredible compared to if you did it sort of old school way. And in this respect, Mike Acton is absolutely correct in what he's saying. It's it's just that I think that you can go too far in saying that abstractions are a bad thing. I'm a little afraid of what will happen with Unity in that they're not careful. They're going to end up with Unity will become the sort of Vulkan of video game engines, where the amount of work that you have to do just to get a light, a camera, and a cube on screen is going to be just crazy. And my argument is you can have both. You can actually have your cake. But anyway, it's a big thing. I suppose the point is there is more than one way to solve programming problems. And what we have these days, unfortunately, I've witnessed it, is people's tools, the mental tools that they have for programming, are the result of education in computer science orientated almost entirely around objects, and means that all of that exciting exploration of the different way of doing things is just not there and not taught. And so I would do things sometimes. I mean, there was one guy I was working with at a studio who was fairly junior, and I created a system for reflection or serialization and deserialization of different types. But I did it without using any reflection. It was entirely flexible. It was runtime, used runtime binding, could be pretty much, worked really well, really clean, wasn't going to break with any weird compiler settings or on any devices, really lightweight. It used delegates. It used basically based around a map or a dictionary to go from types to delegates. I've liked this pattern a lot. It's like same kind of idea. But what you do is you have a type is the key. Key is the type. The value is a delegate that you use to serialize the type or deserialize the type. And then you initialize the system where it just fills the map with types and implementations of the serialization. And this means that now your serialization and deserialization code is all in one place. Or if you want to separate it, You can, because you just have to register the serializer and deserializer. You know. No, I can't try again, Siri. I really can't. You just keep quiet. It said very nice. On the screen. Yeah, and it's my go-to way of dealing with that problem, you know, now. But he said, I've never seen anything like that. It's like nobody's thought of using a dictionary to map types to delegates to handle a type. Certainly better than using a switch statement. You know. And that's one of the, sad. Just that it's something that Dijkstra would point out, is that the languages that we use affect the way we think. Well, it's also the patterns that we focus on that affect the way we think. Object-orientated programming has affected the way we think and narrowed it. I think that's part of the contributing factor to the kind of rot that's set in on the industry. Anyway, back to this. Was it working? I can't remember what I was doing now. So it's like, yes, it runs the cube. I've made a cube. I was about to worry about the compile time, but you know, it's late, so I'm going to leave that. But I think I'll end with just testing this out a little more, make sure I can make more cubes. Make cube with the same rotation, positioned above pos 0, 0, 200. There it is. This is recreating the scene every time, right? But if I don't quit, I could actually could I do that? Oh yeah, I've got a sleep function. Oh well, I suppose I could just I could make the thing spin. That would be interesting. As long as there isn't a problem with buffering, this should work. So what I'm going to do is I make one cube for now, but I'm going to give it a name. It's going to be called A. And oh, right. 45 degrees around that. I need to set the position as well. So the position is going to be 0, 0, 0. Let's try that again. And right, there's my cube. But let's also move it a little bit, say, more into the center. It's not that one I need to, it's Y I need to change. So maybe we do like 400. Oh, 4,000. Oh, it disappeared. Right. And then I could scale it to, say, 4 times the size in each axis. Okay, well that's maybe 3 times. But each of these changes is a complete recompile right now. So what I want to do is I'm just going to put it in here. While true. And I'm going to take a float, a equals 0, while true, send string, right, rotation, for the purpose of this testing, plus a, plus, comma, 0, 0, 1. So changing the angle around, rotation around the z-axis. Name A, apply rotation. Okay, so if I got this right, I'm going to rotate, name A, apply rotation. That should, in theory, work. And then each time I'm going to increment A. Now, of course, I don't want it sort of stuck in a loop like that. It'd be too fast. So what we're going to do is sleep for 20 milliseconds. Oh, let's make it 16.666666 seconds. Ah. 16 milliseconds. And in theory, this should make the cube spin. Oh, indeed. It requires integral operand. Yes. Because it's... What? Plus pointer addition? Really? Oh, okay. Let's try that. What? Oh. Look at that. Yes. Yes, this is me not... In C++, how do you do that? It's this, isn't it? See? I do that one. I'm used to this in C#. Hang on. And in C, then you're usually sort of doing sprintf. Oh, quiet. Hang on a minute. Concatenation of strings in C++. Come on. I'm thinking in C# and stuff. Let's see. Yeah, right. Okay, you can do... Right, so that thing is to do with printing. And... All right. I'd use a print format. I want to convert A to a string. Convert float to string. Oh, yeah. Right, let's look at the pages and pages on this. It's like, okay. C++ 20 might get a more convenient. That was it. Two chars. Yeah, it's not exactly trivial. STD, two chars. Oh, come on, why is it taking them so long to figure this stuff out. No, I don't want to even go there. 2 string. So that sounds better. A plus that. And actually, I'm going to make this an integer. Come on. Oh, it doesn't like. 2 string is not a member of standard. In C++11. Defined in header string. Oh dear. Cannot convert from R1 basic string. What? Const S. Basic string, 2 string. I have to get, yeah, sorry, yeah. Snap your neck. Cannot add 2 pointers. What a mess. This is one of those things that unfortunately C did not do a very good job with originally, and it never got any better, and that's string handling. None of the 9 overloads. Standard, sorry, I'll get there. Standard string rot plus 2 string A standard string oh god. Maybe cannot convert for argument 1. Right. I have to, because I take a standard string, I have to do this and then do C string. Maybe? Oh dear. Okay, maybe I'm going to have a spinning thing now. Well, a little bit of string manipulation was embarrassingly this late. I have 10 years of C#, but also it's ugly no matter which way you look at it. Actually, probably the thing I missed though was that the actual error was due to the conversion at the end, because send string doesn't take a standard string. But anyway, the point here is that's a big milestone, because that spinning cube is actually from my very tiny standalone client in Visual Studio with no libraries from Unreal or anything like that. And Because it's pretty smooth motion, right? This is pretty good. That's going better than I expected. Smoothness. Eight milliseconds per. It's pretty verbose. Every step is taking well, you know, it's taking 32 characters on the network, but you know, it's in the machine locally. The bandwidth is huge. Let's do 1,000. So I'll be sending at 1,000 frames per second over the network, faster than the thing will render. Now, let's see. And I think it's actually throttling now. It's throttled by the overhead. But I've got logging going on here, as you can see. That's nowhere near 1,000, right? It's about 100. Maybe 200 a second. Well, for the purposes of, for my needs with the Phi project, this is perfectly fine. So, there we go. And a very small amount of code that I need to add to the Phi project. I think I'm ready pretty much to start working on Phi. And when I do that, I'll be streaming from the other channel, Phi programming language. Because what I want to do is start making it able to manipulate objects in the scene and do things like, one of the examples is have something that bounces around the screen. And this can be done with just a few lines of code in Phi very elegantly. That's it for tonight. Thanks for watching. Yes, I will end on a video as usual. Will it be? Yeah, thanks. I don't know if there was a delay there. It would take a while for that to come. Probably what I was running was stalling the chat. The chat froze again. I think you sent those 15 minutes ago. That's why I didn't yeah. Alright, well, there we go. Thanks for hanging around to the end. What we're going to look at now. Video. We'll do Man with a Mission.
I'm a man with a mission. I'm a man with a mission.
Good night, everyone.
I'm a man with a mission. 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 with a mission. I'm a man with a mission. I'm a man with a mission.